Good morning and welcome back to day 2, week 5 of the Online Darts Live League, brought to you in association with iGame Media, Red Dragon, Service Shore, the DJ Shop, Frame Smart. Thanks to the continued support of our sponsors. Here's Darren Beveridge, 28 from Edinburgh, the man with the Rolex throw. He's up against 55-year-old Kevin Burness from Ballywalter. All our sponsors there. This young man has one of the nicest throws I've seen in many a year. These two met in our final match yesterday. It was Kevin Burness that was the winner, 4-2 with a
45.
Very tidy average, 88. The overall winner yesterday, winning 5 out of 5, was Cameron Menzies. But the tournament average for the day yesterday was very, very impressive, 88.58. A high average of the day from Dave Parletti, 100.20. And if you're playing the 180 markets, and welcome along for those of you watching via your chosen bookmaker stream, Kevin Burness and Greg Ritchie both had 818s, the most of all the players.
180.
Darren Beveridge and Jamie Clark both had 7, and Cameron Menzies and Dave Parletti both had 5. If you like the finishing markets, most ton plus finishes yesterday was from Greg Ritchie and had a high finish of 154. We had 7 ton plus finishes in total. Trouble 20 for double 18.
Game in 3. And
continuing where he left off from the final match last night, well, yesterday afternoon, should I say. A lovely 116 out, and our first ton plus finish of the day, coming in the very first leg, and Kevin Burness takes a 1-0 lead, and it's a break of throw.
$95.
5-6, each of 2. This opening match today. Looking at the form yesterday and the overall stats, I thought Burness represented some serious value at 5-6.
99. $140.
The highest overall average for the day yesterday was Jamie Clark, 93.07 he averaged for the whole day. Very, very impressive. Beveridge would love the instant break back.
44.
Which doesn't look like it's going to happen. That leaves 69. That leaves 12.
14.
Nearly back-to-back 15 darters and back-to-back ton plus finishes.
100.
So double 6 for 2-0. Double 3.
6.
Oh, here's the chance. Trouble 20 and tops. Look out for the tops. How much of tops can he see? Yeah, don't blame him staying on the treble 20 there. Can you slide on top of that one? Yep, sure can. Well, double 3 gives Kevin Burness a 2-0 lead, and he consolidates that breaker throw with a holder throw. So it's Darren Beveridge to throw first in leg 3, and it's a must-win leg, even this early on in the contest. Jamie Clark and Dave Parletti to follow this one. Then yesterday's victor, Cameron Menzies, up against
96.
Greg Ritchie. As I said, Burness finished behind Cameron Menzies yesterday, winning 3 of his 5 matches. Jamie Clark in 3rd, winning 2 out of 3. Also Greg Ritchie and Dave Parletti. This man, Darren Beveridge, only picked up 1 win yesterday.
140.
Despite averaging 87.50 for the day. But his doubling stats were the worst of all, just 25%. And that's where problems started for him.
140.
Missed way too many doubles, give too many chances to opponents, and they took them.
58.
Yet again, 2 more missed starts at a double. His first of the match. Treble 17 was needed for double 18. That would have hurt. So he comes back, 3 in hand.
77.
And that will certainly make him feel a lot better getting his first leg on the board. A 17 dart holder throw. It will be Kevin to throw first in leg 4. $17 hold.
98.
Still needs a breaker throw, of course, to get back in the match.
97. 83. 140.
Much needed 140. It's his 4th of the match. Apologies
180.
for the loss of graphics. 180. His first of
Oh, 81.
the match. 140 required for Kevin Burness. Big 20.
100.
Leaves tops. 183 for Darren way back.
100.
Actually, that takes him down to 83. So tops for Kevin.
No score.
Here's an outside chance. 83 required. 16 and ball. Double 9.
No more.
That was for a 15 dart break of throw. That would have put a different complexion on the match.
Came in 2.
But Kevin Burness hits the double 10 for another holder's throw. That one coming in 17 darts. And he moves 3-1 up. Darren Beveridge has to win them all from here, of course. Best of 7 legs, first to 4. And it's 2 points for a win. things up.
140.
It's a fifth 140. Only the one for Kevin Burness. He's the man in control of this match. Both on 361. Minus these.
140.
Back-to-back 140s takes him down to 221.
58.
303 for Kevin Burness. 221 for Darren Beveridge.
140.
And that's 3 140s in the leg. 81 left after 9. That's what this young man's capable of. Should switch. Oh, he stays there. Risks it. Down to 1, 2, 3. So 81. 12 ball.
400.
That was risky. Basically saying Burness can't take out the 1, 2, 3. And he wants the bullseye. And he hits the bullseye. A big mistake there by Darren Beveridge. Had the option of going 12 ball off of the 62. Opted to go for treble 10. Risky business. In steps Kevin Burness and takes out the 1, 2, 3 on the ball. Up next, Jamie Clark versus Dave Parletti. Good morning, welcome back. Apologies for the delay in starting this one. It's Dave Parletti up against Jamie Clark. A fascinating end to the first game of the day. 3 140s for Darren Beveridge on 81. Then saw Burness take a bit of a risk on 183, staying on the treble 20. Hit the 180 to leave 123. Darren Beveridge hit the 19 to leave 62. Should have gone 12 ball. He either didn't realise that Kevin was on a finish or took a gamble, but in stepped Kevin Burness. Took the 1-2-3 out for a 12 dart breaker throw and a 4-1 win. Ended with a 94 average. Darren, very respectable 88. This one, Dave Parletti won their meeting yesterday despite Jamie averaging a couple of points higher.
60.
Jamie had the highest average for the day, 93.07.
100.
He was the 8-13 favourite for this one, with Dave Parletti 6-5.
100. 45. 60.
So 119 for Dave Parletti. Should start on 19s. That leaves 62. Has options. Should be treble 10 this time with Jamie not on a finish.
87.
Following this one, yesterday's champion Cameron Menzies is up against Ritchie.
No score.
So Jamie for the steal, double 18.
20.
And that cost him yesterday. Lost 2 matches yesterday. One against Darren Beveridge with a 96.38 and one against this man Dave Parletti with a 95.71. Double trouble for both. Dave trying to find a way in.
3. And 1.
Finds the double 9. And Jamie Clark takes the first leg in the end. A leg of missed opportunities for both, but it's Dave Parletti on the back foot early. 180 in that leg, but it was a 25 dart holder throw for Jamie.
100. 59.
Seen a few matches yesterday where there was just sort of one iffy leg which really did destroy what would have been
40.
a massive average. There's one that springs to mind. The opening game yesterday, Kevin Burness.
97.
He won 4-0 in legs of 12, 13, 13, and leg 3 was a 26 darter. So Even a 15 darter there, he would have averaged in excess of 110. So it was a great performance, only marred by one poor leg.
96. 85. 86.
Very good final dart to take him down to a finish. As we know, missing doubles
83.
can become a little infectious.
79.
So he wants to stay in touch. It's not a given that Dave Parletti is going to take this out.
16.
41 left.
3 darts.
And that's an 18 dart breaker throw for Jamie Clark. We didn't get a lot of luck at all yesterday, despite, for me, probably playing the best of all the players. But he's 2-0 up on this one and has the darts in leg 3.
Sixty. 140. 60.
Did, of course, compete towards the back end of last week. Jamie Clark.
140.
Dave Parletti was involved a couple of weeks ago. So both comfortable in the surroundings.
180.
And that's Jamie's first max. One apiece now.
41.
Very capable player, Dave Parletti. You just think he
43.
needs to work on his psychological side of the game, you would think. Gets very down and disheartened.
85.
Should save that maybe for after the game. Just during it, anything can happen. Double 19. Wonderful check out. 15 dart holder throw this time for Jamie Clark, and that's the highest finish over the 2 days so far. It was 154 from Greg Ritchie yesterday. So Dave Parletti has it all to do from here. 180 and then that 1-5 check out. Well, if you're playing the finishing markets today, you've had a good start. It was a 116
100.
and a 123 from Kevin Burness in match number 1. And we've had a 158 from Jamie Clark in match 2. Best leg of the match so far, that one. A 15 dart hold.
95. 86. 80.
I think all the 4 Scottish lads under the Dungarvan banner.
45.
Tommy Gilmore's stable of players. Him and
100.
his daughter Stephanie, they run the family business. Tommy, of course, famous for his involvement in boxing for, well, many years, a long time. Putting on some of the best shows I've ever been to in Scotland. Wonderful boxing promoter, and that's a wonderful finish. That's another 15 darter for Jamie Clark, and he wraps that one up in double quick time. As I said, opening leg spoilt what was a very good performance in the end. Right, we're going to be back with Greg Ritchie against yesterday's winner, Cameron Menzies. Welcome back to match number 3 of day 2, week 5 of the Online Darts Live League. And yesterday's winner, Cameron Menzies, who did a clean sweep, is up against Greg Ritchie. Bookies make Greg the big outsider of the two, 11-8. Cameron Menzies 8-15. And I think that's more based on the results yesterday rather than his. Well, when you have a look at the statistical analysis of his matches yesterday, he in fact was bottom in terms of his average for the day of all the 6 players. His opponent,
60.
in fact, had a higher average for the day. But hit the most 180s and the most ton plus finishes, and until the 158 from Jamie Clark in our previous match had the highest finish so far, a 154. High finish yesterday for Cameron of just 81.
60.
So for those of you that follow the stats rather than the results, you may think Greg Ritchie represents a little bit of value.
59.
Their match was a tight one yesterday, 4-3.
100.
It was a game that certainly felt Greg gave away. He led 3-1.
Yeah, 45.
Before Cameron Menzies turned it around with a 19-17 and a 21 darter to win it 4-3.
60.
That's a much tidier start than yesterday's play. A 16 dart holder throw for Cameron Menzies to get us underway. He leads 1-0 and it's Greg Ritchie to throw first in leg 2.
One, two, five.
Dave Parletti and Darren Beveridge back in
58.
action in game number 4. 15 to bring you as always today.
60.
All best of 7, first to 4. Already had 4 ton plus finishes.
26.
In our opening 2 matches, Kevin Burness chipping in with a 1-1-6 and the 1-2-3 on the ball to win it against Darren Beveridge. And then we've just seen Jamie Clark take out that wonderful 158 for 15 darts in leg 3 and then followed it up with the 107 to win the match 4-0.
Fifty-eight. 41.
2 players finished on 38.10% on their checkouts yesterday.
56.
Kevin Burness and Jamie Clark. Greg Ritchie down at 32.56.
59.
That probably could have accounted for some defeats yesterday that he probably shouldn't have had. Jamie Clark beating Greg Ritchie 4-3.
60.
As I've said, he had a 4-3 loss to this man, Cameron Menzies.
58.
Miss Doubles playing their part.
80.
That was for a breaker throw for Cameron. Bit of pressure then on Greg Ritchie. Single 16 leaves tops. Tops he wants.
Even.
Tops he gets with his final dart. Big dart in the context of this match being only best of 7. Cameron Menzies poised to go 2-0 up, but it's 1 apiece and Cameron to throw first in leg 3.
$97. 45. 47.
Last week's weekly champion, Kevin Burness, will be back in action in game number 5. He'll be facing Greg Ritchie.
125.
He won 4 out of 4 on Saturday night, the only man to inflict defeat on Martin Adams. And he was crowned week 4 champion. To join Scott Marsh, Chaz Barstow, James Richardson and Kevin Burness was the champion, as I said, on Saturday night. Who's going to be champion this week? Don't forget, Thursday morning we will be joined by Barry Bates, Conan Whitehead and Mike Gillett, and then Thursday evening for Group C we will be joined by Richie Burnett, Alan Norris and Nathan Gervin. So good to see Alan Norris getting involved.
100. Check one.
And that's Cameron Menzies' second 16 darter of the match. One leg 1 with a 16 dart holder throw. Goes 2-1 up with a 16 darter in leg 3. Incredibly, that's the first 140 of the match for Greg Ritchie. Yesterday, his scoring was up there with the best of them in the group.
57.
Not quite there today. Neither player really producing on the opponent's throw. But here's a chance to get involved for Cammy. Seriously talented player when he's absolutely on it. Plenty of experience now, of course, playing in the
60.
BDO, or the then BDO, and the PDC fold.
$81.
Knows that there's a break of throw opportunity.
Or
Or there was. There isn't now. And Max, his first. He had 8 yesterday.
80.
So for our third 16 darter, well, that's not going to happen now, but it's a 17 dart holder throw for Greg Ritchie, and it's 2 apiece. Real tight match, this one. Up for grabs. 2 points in match number 3. Pressure, of course,
100.
is on Cameron not to get his throw broke. Greg Ritchie fully aware he has to get a breaker throw to win the match.
95.
Super stuff on Cammy. His first 180 of the contest. 1 apiece now.
45.
And 1 in the opening match. 1 apiece in match number 2, and 1 apiece now
80.
in match number 3. At 40 in total yesterday in 89 legs of darts.
41.
Can't quite find the range with dart 1 at the moment. Greg Ritchie. Tops. Tops he gets. A 15 darter this time for Cameron Menzies, the best leg of the match, and his third hold of throw. Winning legs for Cameron Menzies in this one. 16, 16 and 15. Absolutely rock solid on throw at the moment. Cameron Menzies.
80.
Averaging 86. Leg 2 would have had a massive impact on that. It was a 24 dart hold of throw from Greg Ritchie. In the short format,
125.
that will crush a big average.
95. 100.
Again, suffering with low darts. It's usually a sign of a little bit of tension.
47. 42. 58.
And again, can't make any kind of impact on the Greg Ritchie throw. Very much like Greg Ritchie can't make any impact on the Cameron Menzies throw. Another one of those that leave double 10. That's okay. Leaves a 2 dart finish. And it's looking like we're going all the way.
58.
Comprehensive. Our opening 2 matches, 4-1 and 4-0. And we're going to a decider all the way. Another 17 dart holder throw for Greg Ritchie. Big advantage, of course. Cameron Menzies has the throw in leg 7. Six holds a throw.
100. 42. 55. 100.
13 points the lead in the deciding leg. Can he build on it? Great second.
100.
Just over pitched with dart 3. Tried to force it into the target.
139.
So a great first, a great second. Yeah, that was begging for a 180, and he found it. Well, not sure why he was shaking his head. He's got a chance here to win the match. 2 darts at double 18, double 9, and he finds it, and it's a 15 dart hold of throw in leg 7. Cameron Menzies makes it now 6 games unbeaten, winning 5 out of 5 yesterday. Right, we're going to be back in literally a couple of moments with Dave Parletti up against Darren Beveridge. morning, welcome back to match number 4 of 15 today. And this one puts together Dave Parletti up against Darren Beveridge. Well, Darren really walked into one yesterday in this match, which was match number 12. Dave Parletti had lost his opening 3 matches going into this one, and then produced his best performance of the day, winning in legs of 13, 15, 14 and 18, winning 4-0 with a 100.20 average. Darren Beveridge couldn't get anything out of their match.
£140.
Darren Beveridge is the 8-13 favourite, Dave Parletti 6-5.
100.
Match number 3 was won by Cameron Menzies 4-3, our first match of the day to go to the distance, and Cameron finished with an average of 85.59.
44.
Greg Ritchie 76.42. Some
96.
10 points lower than his tournament average for the day yesterday.
60.
Oh, be a frustrating performance, but lots of darts to play, of course, over the course of the day.
96.
140.
3.
And that's a very tidy start from Dave Parletti. Nice 3-dart combination finish on tops for a 15-dart holder throw. And that's 5 legs on the spin against Darren Beveridge.
$85.
Often get asked lots of questions about how ex-players and get involved in this side of the sport. I think when you've played the game to a fairly decent level and you've analysed players' throws and your own throw, and sort of get a bit of a better insight. Let's not forget some great football managers hardly kicked a ball at a high level, and some of the greatest ever people
137.
in the sport of boxing, some of the greatest trainers, never laced up a glove. Imagine that.
100.
I think what we see is sometimes some
59.
technical flaws that are fairly obvious to anyone who understands the mechanics of a throw.
Snatchy, Dave. 80.
And then once you've watched the same player for 10, 15, maybe 20 years, you can see the sometimes positive evolution of their throw, and sometimes a negative, where a throw can become a little bit wristy, where the wrist breaks. I remember Michael Van Gerwen had a similar thing where the wrist was starting to break on the backswing. It was something that he addressed fairly quickly once he noticed himself. And of course, as a player, you totally understand the mechanics of a throw, and especially if your own has broke down over the course of your career.
100.
Most of it's fairly obvious stuff. It's just articulating it across to the viewer that is quite difficult sometimes.
Give me 3.
And that was a great third dart and a much needed double 10 to stop the rot. Otherwise that would have been 6 legs on the spin for Dave Parletti, but we're 1 apiece and it's Dave to throw first in leg 3. Both the opening legs going with
180.
throw. First 180 of the contest goes to Dave Parletti. Did have one
43.
against Jamie Clark in that 4-0 defeat in the second match of the day.
45.
Started off very slow yesterday, of course. Dave Parletti lost his opening match 4-0 to Kevin Burness yesterday. Then went down in a tight one to Cammy, 4-3. Then lost 4-1 to Greg Ritchie and then made it back-to-back wins. A 4-0 win against this man, of course. And then finished off with a really good contest against Jamie Clark, winning that one 4-3.
100.
$99.
The reason I just sort of brought up the topic of statistical and the
85.
mechanical analysis of a throw, of course, because recent times we've seen a lot of people involved in the sport take themselves away from social media, me included, just over around about a year ago now. And that common theme is, well, you didn't win nothing, so how can you have an opinion? Well,
100.
as I've said, some of the greatest football managers and boxing trainers could also be said the same about. If you understand
27.
the mechanics, the dynamics, and you just have an eye for it, it gives you a bit of an advantage.
52.
$5.
There seems to be that opinion, unless you've been a world champion, you can't have an opinion, which is quite bizarre. But Dave sat in his mum's box room, thinks he can have an opinion on opinion of someone who was a pro for 20 odd years. Funny old world we live in, isn't it? Anyway, 2-1, Darren Beveridge, and it's a break of throw, so it'll be Darren to throw first in leg 4.
$41.
$60.
Anyway, that's my opinion on opinions. Opinionated. And we'll leave it there.
135.
Those players averaging in the late 70s at the moment. Certainly both have a lot more in the locker.
140.
Oh, David. 126.
Much needed treble 20 to leave a 2-dart finish. Should get at least 1 dart at the ball off the 86. But it's been a good effort in the leg from Parletti. Oh, this is a perfect setup shot. to leave tops after 12. Could all be in vain. 86 for Beveridge. Needs the ball.
25 left.
Superb effort. Thrown very, very well. Should be a good guide. Eventually finds the tops and the instant break back from Parletti. 2 apiece. Now game is most definitely back on. Dave to throw first in leg 5. $15 break back for Dave Parletti there.
22.
And the worst possible start. 22.
40.
Not punished.
Oh, check. 75.
$57.
The players now, of course, have all had at least one match.
43.
Kevin picking up a win, Jamie picking up a win, and Cameron picking up a win, all on 2 points in the early stages of day 2. If it's the first time you're joining us, these 6 players duke it out over 3 sessions, Monday,
16.
Tuesday and Wednesday. The person on the top of the pile on Wednesday afternoon moves through to Saturday night's 5-man final. Those who finished second and third go into Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night from 9:30 p.m. And the punishment for finishing
41.
4th, 5th and 6th is you go back into the morning sessions, Group B,
57.
where you'll be joined by Barry Bates, Conan Whitehead and Mike Gillett. The players who finish 2nd and 3rd go into Group C, and they'll be joined by Ritchie Burnett, Alan Norris and Nathan Gervin. That will be a very tough group.
81.
6 players in our morning groups, 5 on the night groups.
24 left.
We opened with 2 holds of throw. It's looking likely it's going to be followed with 3 breaks of throw. And Darren Beveridge is going to put himself in a great position here if he can hit double 12, because he'll have the darts in leg 6 to serve it out.
Give him one.
And he's found the double 12, a 19 dart break of throw. Both of his breaks of throw have come in 19 darts, surprisingly, but a big advantage for Beveridge. He throws first in this one.
$100.
Should we be the first to admit he made a bit of a mistake in the opening match against Kevin Burness. Was 3-1 behind, had a wonderful leg, hitting 3 140s in the scoring phase, and turned down the opportunity to go for the ball and gave Kevin Burness a shot at 1-2-3, which he duly obliged, taking out on the ball to win it 4-1. I don't think he'll take them kind of risks
125.
again today. It'd have been one of the bigger shots that need 2 trebles in the combination. You can
60.
almost make an argument for it, but not 1-2-3.
136.
especially against a player who's, of course, knows what it's like to stand on top of the league table. So tops for the win.
Human one.
Well, it wasn't repeat, it was revenge for Darren Beveridge, and he picks up his first 2 points of the day and puts that 4-0 defeat to the back of his mind. Okay, we're up next. It's going to be Kevin Burness against Greg Ritchie. Good morning, welcome back for match number 5. Kevin Burness against Greg Ritchie. It was a 4-0 win yesterday when these two met, match number 11, with Kevin Burness averaging a very respectable 95.43. That was his highest average of the day yesterday, Kevin Burness. It was a very, very tidy performance indeed.
It's 93.
Winning legs in that match yesterday for Kevin in 15, 14, 17 and 17. 2 180s in the match. Greg Ritchie averaged a very respectable 89.35. Darren Beveridge in that last one, winning 4-2, ending with an average of 85.22.
1-4.
Four players now on 2 points on today's table. Kevin Burness, Darren Beveridge, Jamie Clark and Cameron Menzies, who's back in action against Jamie Clark in match number 6 to follow this one.
101.
Yeah, another ton plus finish. Very, very close. Just missing the bullseye. Another one of those for tops.
32.
Nine.
Darts right on the wire. Double five.
35.
What an opportunity. It's for a breaker throw. 4 darts to break throw for Greg Ritchie.
Game in one.
And he doesn't get another go. It's a 19 dart holder throw in leg 1 for Kevin Burness. It will be Greg Ritchie to throw in leg 2. Kevin Burness was the 1-2 favourite. Greg Ritchie priced up at 6-4.
400.
One, two, five.
Actually, basically see these two with the basic fundamentals, how different it is for a player who
96.
is a little shorter than the other. One is a relatively direct throw as his
45.
dart is drawn back towards his eye line, which is pretty much the height of the treble 20, where Greg Ritchie has to throw up, so a completely different action.
1, 3, 4.
Totally different fundamentals, of course. And you look at a player like Darren Beveridge, who's just around about, if not a little bit taller than 6 foot. Again, a thrower that throws from around cheek height.
58.
Good response from Greg Ritchie here.
58.
Very solid in the scoring phase of the leg. And no pressure from Burness.
Game in 2.
And that's a 17 dart holder throw of his own. It's nicely poised, this one apiece. Don't blink. Who's going to blink first? First mistake may be costly in this one. Greg, of course, did have 4 darts to break throw in the opening leg. Certainly didn't fluff his lines in leg 2, but very little pressure from Burness.
57.
Six.
Forty-four. Three.
$125.
Like a 140 or a 137 here. Just to apply a little pressure on Burness.
42.
Cancel that. It's a bit of wiggle room for Burness here on 180.
140.
And there's the result. Nice relaxed visit. knowing that he had time on his side, and finds the 140 till he tops after 15.
83.
Game in 3.
And it's a very steady, if not spectacular, holder throw in 18 darts for Kevin Burness. All 3 legs going with the throw, and it's Greg Ritchie to throw first in leg 4.
$85. $44. $100.
70 points, the lead on the Greg Ritchie throw. Does Burness sense a bit of weakness here?
86.
It's a good last start, but there's still an opportunity for Burness. Be fully aware he doesn't need
100.
to break throw to win the match, but they don't get paid overtime. If you can get it done 4-1, he'll be more than
96.
grateful to take the opportunity. And again, that opportunity arises here. It's just one big visit away, taking complete control of the leg and the match.
$85.
Well, that doesn't help.
$59. Sorry.
Well, it's been a bit of a speciality of his today, the ton plus finishes. Not to be there, the Shanghai on 18s for 108. Double 9, this can get messy.
18.
So Burness does get a break of throw opportunity on the back of missing that 108.
Game in 2.
And he finds the double 9. It's a 20 dart break of throw, a 3-1 lead, and more bad news for Greg Ritchie. Kevin Burness has to throw in leg 5.
$55.
$93.
$140.
$180.
That's a first max of the match.
40.
$58.
It's been a good response. Should be switching. Could have had
100. 100.
2 darts at an open target on the 19s to score 96 to leave himself a finish. See, I'm allowed to say that because it's a
46.
mathematical mistake. Not punished though. There's still a lot to do. 1, 2, 4. Treble 18.
105.
Problem is at 61, if you go for the 25 in it, the ball you're going to leave 11. It's all about board management. It's all about percentages. Double 18. Double 9. Bit of shoulder in that one.
Aiming 3.
And finds the double 9 to win it 4 legs to 1, and he moves top of the table on 4 points. Right, Cammy Menzies back in action in our next one. He's up against Jamie Clark. Welcome back. Match number 6. Jamie Clark against Cameron Menzies. It was a 4-3 win in their meeting yesterday. Match number 10 on that occasion. Cameron Menzies winning 4-3 with a 92.24 average. That, in fact, was his highest average of the day yesterday. Despite going through the card unbeaten.
48.
Last one was a bit of a scrappy affair.
45.
Burness winning 4-1 in the end, 77.57 average. How close was this? Greg Ritchie, 77.58. But the scoreline, massively in favour, of course. 4-1 win.
60.
A 4-1 win for Kevin Burness, putting him on 4 points, top of the table currently.
8.
Long, long way to go. 10 more matches to bring you, including this one.
140. 41. 100. 43. 80. 121. 36.
So 149 on his throw. It's going to get broke, you'd think, with Cameron Menzies. 3 clear darts on tops.
43.
Not having a good day of it today. Jamie Clark should be able to use that. Just bump off the first dart. overpitched with darts 2 and 3. Only had to get somewhere near that first dart and it would have slid in to double top.
42.
Gets another go. Jamie Clark then to rescue the situation on 64. 7 darts to win the leg from Cameron Menzies.
8 left.
He eventually gets there. A 20, what was that, 26 dart or 27 dart break of throw, but it's Cameron Menzies, leads 1-0 and he will start leg 2. It's a 26 dart break of throw.
60.
Well, yesterday and today's performances, it's like comparing apples and oranges. No one's really set their stall out with a great performance. Highest average of the day so far is 94 from Kevin Burness in the opening match, which was a 4-1 win over Darren Beveridge. We're seeing Darren against Jamie Clark in a couple of matches' time, but following this one, Ritchie against Dave Parletti. Dave desperate for a win. Started the day yesterday with a couple of defeats before he found his feet.
60.
Of course, all the players chasing that top spot so they get Thursday and Friday off.
140. 100.
Of course, we're down in the south of England for these 4 lads. This will feel like the height of summer down here. T-shirt weather.
Wow. 87.
So 75, treble 17. Oh dear, that was in the 3. Yeah, no choice with 2 darts in hand there to go 25 and ball. Very unlucky on the first dart if it was in the treble. So Jamie, 1 dart at tops. That dart there did the damage. Too high, too close to the double. It was a complete blocker. Oh, couldn't finish their dinner at the moment, either of them. But it is a break back in 20 darts for Jamie Clark, and this game is most definitely back on. It'll be Jamie Clark to throw first in leg 3.
$100. 125.
I'm unable to bring you any update on the odds on this one. Laptop's decided to have a little bit of a throw a little bit of a wobbler.
$100. 100.
100.
58. 134. 93. 10.
Would have been the third consecutive break of throw in this match. We're going to get our first hold. Well, it's 50.
No score.
Unfortunately, in this game, you've got to hit a double. Break of throw, number 3, coming in 17 darts for Cameron Menzies this time. So it's 2-1 to Cameron Menzies, and he has the darts in leg 4. Can he hold throw to take a 3-1 lead?
$140. 60. 80. 60.
Many of these players will of course follow in the footsteps of Gary Anderson, Peter Wright, Les Wallace, Jockey Wilson of course.
105.
Scotland most definitely has produced some wonderful players over the years.
60.
That's a typical example. Did Jockey Wilson have a great throw? Don't really need to be a dart expert to say no, but was it effective? Almost as effective as that finish there from Cameron Menzies. The best finish of the match so far, a 116, our second 116 of the day, and it's Cameron Menzies that eventually holds throw for the first time to move within 1, and it was a 15 darter.
81. 83. 84. 125.
Big day for the players tomorrow. Wednesday's moving day. And we'll find out where
83.
they will be placed on the overall table. Whether
140.
they will be taking part in Saturday's final, Thursday morning's Group B, or Thursday
19.
night's Group C.
Okay. 121. 43.
Double 16 to finish off
Check
what
it.
was a scrappy affair, but finished off with a 116 in 15 and a 32 for 13 darts. So certainly ended better than it started. Right, up next, Dave Parletti back in action, and he's against Greg Ritchie. Welcome back for match number 7, nearly at the halfway point. And it's this man, Greg Ritchie, up against Dave Parletti. Greg Ritchie from Musselburgh uses a 23 gram unicorn dart. Former UK Open qualifier. He's up against Dave Parletti. Former England international, 38 from London, uses a 23 gram 180 dart. Greg Ritchie won this clash yesterday 4-1 with a 85.29 average.
45.
So that win in the last one, Cameron Menzies, makes it 6 games unbeaten over the 2 days so far.
60.
I think I might buy him a lottery ticket. He won that one with an 80.38 average.
28.
Jamie Clark averaged 69. Will be, without question,
60.
obviously disappointed with that.
One four.
That's 24 points lower than his overall average for yesterday. He's having a tough day of it so far. Here's Jamie Clark. Did win his opening match 4-0. Averaging 82.36. We certainly know from the evidence so far he's a far superior player than the numbers he's producing. That's a good start for Greg Ritchie. A hold of throw. He'll be looking to try and do the double over Dave Parletti. Greg lost his first game against Cameron Menzies 4-3 and then went down 4-1 to Kevin Burness. Surely due a bit of a good performance. That was a 13 dart holder throw in leg 1.
60.
Greg had a high average yesterday of 94.09 in a 4-2 win over Darren at Beveridge. So 82 to double his lead. Possible 14 darter, would take a 15, but there's the bullseye, double 16. Oh, that's a great adjustment to find the double 16 and to double his lead 2-0. Opening leg in 13, leg number 2 in 15, averaging in excess of a ton. This is what we are more accustomed to, darts like this. Certainly yesterday,
57.
as I said yesterday, the average for the day was very close to 89.
60.
40 180s yesterday, 7 ton plus finishes.
38.
We had a 100 plus average from this man, 100.20.
100. $57.
$60.
Two players on 4 points on the daily table today so far. Kevin Burness on 4 and Cameron Menzies on 4. Both players have played 2 matches.
$100.
Both players are 2 out of 2.
$42.
Oh, 125.
Another observation there from Dave Parletti. Why did he have to look at the score? You should know what you want
42.
before you approach the board. You should need to make sure. Needs to make sure of this leg, and he does so, taking out the 56 checkout in 3, finding double 18 with dart number 3. It's a break of throw as well. More good news for Dave Parletti. Chance here with a hold to level things up at 2 apiece. Break of throw came in 18 darts. Night and day leg, considering the opening 2 legs we saw from Greg Ritchie. 13 and 15.
86.
Threw 18 in that 3rd leg and was nowhere near a double.
$46.
So it's quite a lot of wrist and a little bit of shoulder. There's a lot of elbow movement. One thing I picked up yesterday, if he finds the dart 1 in the treble 20 and there's room, he will fill it. Did it 8 180s yesterday. There's only 2 players that did that, himself and Kevin Burness topped the 180 table on 8. But because his action has so many moving parts, you usually find consistency an issue.
86.
Why he does have a very solid A game, doesn't have a particularly good B game.
100.
And that's the difference between the elite in the vast majority of individual sports. I don't need to have won the World Championship to know that. It's probably the reason why I never.
57.
So down to 130, but Greg Ritchie 120 to destroy that breaker throw from Parletti, and he's found the tops, and that's another 15 dart leg, another absolutely solid leg of darts from Greg Ritchie. 13, 15 and 15 is 3 winning legs in this match so far, and he has the darts in leg 5 to see off a very, very impressive performance.
$100.
This is around one leg in the match. if you look at the averages. If you didn't watch this match and you looked at the averages and you've seen an average around about 88 or 89, which he's averaging right now, you'd say it was a poor performance. But the only
85.
part of this match that's been poor was leg 3. I think he was left in around 200 after throwing 18 darts. Well, the way averages are worked out, that's destroyed it, because his winning leg average is in excess of a ton. 13, 15 and 15 so far. But his average at the moment is only 90.
How's your luck? 83.
£51 cushion plus these.
123.
Just remember the saying, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Double 6.
72.
Oh, we've had a 158 today, haven't we? Jamie Clark
140.
showed us how to take the 158 out. Greg Ritchie, double 6. Double 3, gets the job done, finishes off with a 17 dart holder throw and a much needed 4-1 win, and he gets his first 2 points on the table. Okay, we're going to be back any second with Darren Beveridge against Jamie Clark. Welcome back. Match number 8 of 15. Darren Beveridge against Jamie Clark. Good performance in the last one from Greg Ritchie. A much needed performance, of course. Picking up his first 2 points of the day. So the only player without a win, very much like yesterday, is Dave Parletti, although he did finish strong, remember. winning back-to-back matches. He's going to have to do the same today. These two had a bit of a cracker yesterday, with Darren Beveridge winning it 4-2 with a 93 average, Jamie Clark losing with a 96.38.
58.
Both have picked up wins today. Darren Beveridge beating Dave Parletti 4-2 with an 85.22. And Jamie Clark beating Dave Parletti 4-0 with an 82.36.
$100.
81.
$137.
Perfect shot to leave 2 12s.
$138.
Possible 13 darter.
Human one.
Nothing possible about it. Straight in the middle of double 12, and it's a 1-0 lead. A 13 dart holder throw for Darren Beveridge. His best leg of the day so far.
$82.
$100.
I'd love to find out if Darren Beveridge's throw is just a natural thing, or if it's based on
60.
another player or multiple players' actions, where he's picked the best bits out. When we
180.
When we talk of fundamentals, very solid in the stance, absolutely no head movement, no movement in the shoulder, the elbow remains in a fixed position, as does the wrist.
140.
That's why he doesn't throw too many stray darts.
100.
Of course, at 28, still growing and developing as a player. But this is for a 14 dart holder throw. Been a good reply, a good response.
37.
Still a lot to do for Beveridge here on 145.
$60 left.
Good pressure, just in case. Hmm.
10.
Well, that was a disaster for Jamie Clark. Well, potentially.
Human.
Yeah, and he didn't get away with it. That's an 18 dart breaker throw for Darren Beveridge, and he doubles his lead. Now 2-0 up. A hold and a break, and he has the darts in leg number 3. There's a lot of people in down at our studios who have got a lot of experience and been in and around the game a long time, and we were having a cup of tea around about 8 o'clock this morning, and Darren Beveridge's name came up, and we all sort of all cooed and smiled over this man's action.
100.
So if you are just starting out and you're wondering about the basic fundamentals around throwing a dart, well, there you go. Keep it simple and you will have longevity. A la Steve Beaton, Raymond van Barneveld, etc., etc.
$99.
$86.
Don't know Darren at all. Interesting to see what his plans are within the sport.
48.
What are his goals? What are his ambitions? Short and long term.
93.
Super last start from Jamie and needed. Puts a bit of pressure on the 84. 14 and ball. Again, well, if I can question about one thing, it's his ball management. Shouldn't be anywhere near the treble.
$54.
Very, very close. So, tops. And that's another tidy-ish leg, but more importantly, it's a 3-0 lead, an unassailable looking 3-0 lead at the moment. Jamie Clark with it all to do. Now has to start in leg 4 with the darts. Darren Beveridge averaging just over 90 at the moment.
40.
We'll take him. Joint top of today's table. A win here, moving him on to 4 points.
91.
Did finish bottom incredibly yesterday with just the one win. And that one win came against this man.
$100.
$100.
3 tens a nice number because a 140 leaves a 170.
100.
The beauty of being on that 310 is not having to switch where you would need to on the 303, 306.
$58.
So first down to a finish of 152. Can he win it in a blaze of glory?
61.
And that's unlucky because that doesn't leave a finish. So he's got 2 visits if needed, and they will be. 72 remaining.
96.
$105.
16 tops for 4-0. There's the 16.
36.
So 2 darts to win it 4-0. That's a poor one. Tops, only 1 dart now after missing the big 17.
17.
Great chance again for Darren Beveridge to win 4-0. Legs count back will be involved, I'm sure, at some point tomorrow, and he finds the double 10 for a 19 dart break of throw, and he does win the match 4-0. Well, top of the table clash up next as Cameron Menzies faces Kevin Burness. Good morning and welcome back to match number 9 of 15. Cameron Menzies 31 from Muirkirk against Kevin Burness 55 from Ballywalter, and a chance for Burness to close the gap to just 2 points on the overall table. The daily table, Kevin, Darren Beveridge and Cameron Menzies all on 4 points. Daily table, just bragging rights of course. The important one is topping the table after 3 days,
97.
taking your spot in Saturday's final, giving yourself Thursday and Friday off.
58.
Yesterday's match between these two was a bit of an edgy one, with Cameron Menzies winning 4-2 with a 84.36 average.
180.
Nothing edgy
140.
at the start to this one. Just dropping a flight.
$137. $100.
Down to 64 after 12. 126 for Kevin Burness. Needs the bullseye. And that's a 12 dart break of throw in the opening leg for Kevin Burness. He means business in this one. He was trying to right the wrongs from yesterday. 1-0 is the lead, and he has to throw in leg 2. Second big bull finish of the day. Had a 1-2-3 on the ball to win the opening match of the day, and that was also for a 12 dart leg.
70. $100. 99.
On the overall table, Cameron Menzies currently on 14 points. Kevin Burness on 10. So win here, as I mentioned before the off, will close the gap to just 2 points, 1 win.
98.
2 visits needed for the 160. Needed 2 treble 20s and tops.
140.
Darren Beveridge and Greg Ritchie to follow this one, which will be batch number 10.
60.
That's another solid leg and a holder throw, consolidating that breaker throw in leg 1 for Kevin Burness. Looking very sharp and very solid in this one. Super stuff. One apiece in the 180 column.
140.
I think he's a much better player when he Just a little bit quicker on the tempo.
$95.
81.
When he, perfect example, when he tried to place the dart into the treble 19 rather than just rely on feel. Should stay there. Double 10 for a 12 darter.
90.
We'll be back. Burness back on 206.
58.
So to close the gap and hold throw. 122. And that's a 15 dart holder throw for Cameron Menzies. A good solid response. It's going to need a breaker throw, of course, to get anything out of this match, but it's Burness to throw first in leg 4.
My 49.
Very vocal player,
180.
Cameron Menzies. Lets you know what he's thinking, that's for sure. That's 180, number 3 of the match. 2-1 in favour of Burness.
Probably 20 to do.
Yeah, balls the shot. 25 leaves 167.
145.
Good thinking from Cameron. So, despite the 180 in the leg, Cameron Menzies almost favourite to win this one. Burness had a 116 check out in the opening leg of today's matches. Double 18, did it exactly this way. No repeat. 13 ball.
6, 11, 16.
That's all about application rather than ability.
Unit 2.
And that's a
Stole that one.
holder throw in the end for Burness, and he now goes within one leg of picking up another 2 points and topping the table. Cameron Menzies with it all to do from here. Just the one breaker throw in this match. Coming in leg 1, that wonderful 12 darter from Burness with the 126 finish on the bullseye. Averages, I suppose they're worth talking about. We're certainly deep enough into the match. 93.6 for Menzies, 97.68 for Burness. Very, very tidy darts indeed from both.
100. 11.
Oh, god damn.
He's got it all to do from here now.
94.
Burness does have the throw in a leg that if he wins, he picks up the 2 points. Treble 19 leaves tops. Oof. Great effort.
58. Oh god.
Unbeaten yesterday and unbeaten up until this point today. Cameron Menzies. 20 in tops for Burness.
38.
152 to stay in it.
60.
Round off a very, very good performance. 3 darts in hand, 2 tens,
Alright, aiming 2.
and he does need the 2, and that was a 17 darter. And it does see Burness continue his unbeaten streak today and defeat Cameron Menzies for the first time in 2 days and go top of the table. We're going to be back any second with Greg Ritchie against Darren Beveridge. Good afternoon. It is just about the afternoon, coming up to around about 12:05. This is match number 10 of day 2, week 5. Greg Ritchie up against Darren Beveridge. Great performance in our last match from Kevin Burness, highest average of the day, 95.55 in that 4-1 win against the, well, up to that match, unbeaten Menzies. So the daily table is now led by Kevin Burness on 6 points.
140.
A win here for Beveridge will see him join Kevin on 6 points. Overall table
100.
currently 14 points to Cameron Menzies, 12 points to Kevin Burness.
100.
So a chance for Beveridge, who was bottom yesterday, incredibly, picking up just the 1 win from 5 matches. Could make it 3 out of 3 for today.
100.
Actually, he could make it 3 out of 4. Of course, I did lose the opening match to Kevin Burness.
90.
Down to a finish of 71.
65.
Treble 13, double 16, 13, 18 for tops.
Close.
That was a very solid start to the match. It was for a 15 darter, that tops. Double 18 leaves tops. Oh, that's a super finish from Greg Ritchie. The double shot there on 76. Hit the 20 off a 96, but found the double 18 and double top. Big targets, makes sense to go that way, and it's a break of throw. Years ago, of course, that was deemed a bit of an exhibition or a show-off shot. Nowadays, thinking the size of the doubles,
180.
a lot of players will opt to go double.
There's 9.
$57.
You more so see it with 2 darts in hand, of course,
100.
especially on something like 72 or 80 off the ton finish when you hit the 20, because the player now fancies
180.
to follow it in, very much like you see on the 180s, and we've seen 2 of them in this leg from Beveridge. A 15 dart breaker throw from Greg Ritchie. This could be an 11 dart break back. There's the treble 20, it's like a magnet. Double 6.
6 left.
Yesterday, as I've mentioned, Beveridge finished bottom, mainly due to this stat. Checkout percentages, just 25%.
2.
You can put somewhere between 10 and 15% improvement in that area.
84.
He would have found himself at the other end of the table.
Human 2.
Well, a potential 11 dart lag break of throw turned into a 17. Most important, it's still a break of throw, 1-all, and we're back on throw with Beveridge to throw first. 2 180s in that leg for Darren Beveridge.
1, 2, 3.
Forty.
60.
100.
60.
140.
Finally in the balance. Couldn't have two more different throws,
92.
but from a subjective observational opinion, I
54.
suppose you could say who will be the more successful, and I suppose using jockey as a perfect example. 2 world titles and many other titles, of course, but the 2 world titles speak volumes. But the fundamentals of the throw, although flawed, were successful.
85.
Very unfortunate there. That first start was a real blocker. Probably could have moved and gone for the open bed. But like I say, it's hard for us sat in here to see what line of sight the players actually see.
52.
Many years ago, I think they did put some kind of camera on Dennis Priestley, I think. I don't know why I remember that, but I know they put heart monitors on the players for a while. That is a hold of throw for Darren Beveridge, the first hold of throw of the match, and he takes a 2-1 lead. So Greg Ritchie, with it all to do, has to hold throw here, of course. And yeah, we had a
100.
wonderful floor manager back in the day that was fairly innovative. He was the one that came up with the idea, of course, of Bob Anderson being
91.
walked on by a horse at the Circus Tavern. If you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. There's 2 funny moments regarding that. One,
100.
Bob Anderson, the cowboy, of course, is scared of horses, and this horse was a monster. And what they didn't really take into account
60.
was how on earth they were going to turn the horse around at the end of the walk-on. And this horse was enormous. But he did some great things with us, had me jumping out of a helicopter, had us on the stage next door at the theatre at the Winter Gardens.
140.
Did some fabulous stuff back in the day. I think that was before health and safety went mad. Funny story about me in the helicopter. It was when, this is how long ago it was 98. Mission Impossible was #1 in the box office, I do believe. So I drew Phil Taylor, and Of course, mission impossible. They had me jumping out of helicopters and doing all sorts, jumping across buildings. And I got beat 9-0. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Still makes Phil chuckle to this very day. 56 for a 3-1 lead and a break of throw. Made sure of the 16, made sure of the tops, and that is a break of throw and a 3-1 lead for Darren Beveridge. Looking good to move on to 6 points.
$43.
$100.
He will join
96.
Kevin Burness on the top of the table on 6 points. And Darren's final game of the day will be against Cameron Menzies. Big game for both.
$140.
Getting frustrated yesterday. His first start was way better. He could work off of the first start. When it's low, because he's throwing from a much lower angle, it becomes a bit of a problem. Needs to be over the 60.
55.
As you can see, the darts sit up, so that becomes a blocker, and there's another perfect example. So Beveridge, plenty of time here to convert the 167 into a 4-1 win.
78.
$95.
Given.
And gets the job done with a very comfortable looking 18 dart hold of throw, and he moves on to 6 points. What a difference a day makes. Anyway, up next it's Dave Parletti looking to pick up his first win of the day, very much like yesterday, up against Cameron Menzies. Good afternoon and welcome back. Match number 11. Dave Parletti. There he is, 38 from London. Up against Cameron Menzies. Lost his first match in 2 days last time out. He went down to a very impressive Kevin Burness, who averaged 95.55. So had a tidy enough performance there from Darren Beveridge, winning 4-1 against Greg Ritchie, moving on to 6 points. Joint top of the table at the moment. Darren Beveridge on 6 points, winning 3 out of his 4 matches. Does have 1 more to come against Cameron Menzies. Dave Parletti without a win today. He did that yesterday and then finished off with 2 good wins, including the highest average of the day yesterday. A 4-0 win over Darren Beveridge with 100.20 average.
$60.
So Kevin and Darren on 6 points, Cameron on 4, Jamie and Greg on 2, and Dave Parletti, nil points. Darren Beveridge, the big mover on day 2 from bottom to 3rd.
96.
Remember, if you're just joining us for the first time or you are a frequent viewer,
125.
whoever finishes top of the table after the first 3 days goes through to Saturday's 5-man final. Positions 2 and 3 return Thursday and Friday evening, and 4, 5 and 6 come back for the grueling morning sessions Thursday and Friday.
91.
The top 2 from morning and evening on Thursday and Friday join the player who finishes top after the initial 3 days to make up our 5-man field.
Game 1.
And that's a 16-dart holder throw from Dave Parletti to get things underway in today's match number 11.
$78. $95.
Dave Parletti would need a similar performance in terms of results to that of Darren Beveridge today to avoid coming back for Thursday and Friday mornings sessions.
180.
You need darts like this to do so.
Saturday. $59.
Here's a finish of 167. Not to have been a lot lower, of course.
$40. $59.
So 164.
Come on. 58. $60.
double 13.
Standard. 83.
So 48 for Parletti. For break a throw. A 2-0 lead.
Oh, go for it, David.
16. Check it 3. Spawny.
And Cameron Menzies. Dave Parletti's opinion of that one, a little bit spawny. It certainly was in the end, but it's one apiece and it's Parletti to throw.
Come on. How many times today?
60.
Cameron's finishing yesterday, percentage wise 36.36, only 2 higher, and they were incredibly both identical, 38.10%,
85.
and that was from Jamie Clark and Kevin Burness.
$100.
As we discussed early this morning, I felt that if Beveridge could
Oh, God.
find somewhere between 10 and 15% improvement on his doubles from 25%, he would
100.
certainly win more matches than he's going to lose. So far today, his finishing has been an improvement. There's been the odd leg here and there where he's
81.
had multiple visits. I'm sure he will agree. His overall performances today in that department has been massively improved.
$83. Back. 54.
Should be going for the ball with his first start. The reason for that, the 25 leaves 107, which can be done in 2. He wants the bullseye, has to move. Can't see too much of it.
Wow.
Well, he's had a look on the left hand side and he's gone back there. Hopefully we'll get the overhead shot.
35 left.
Could be all in vain.
Check.
And it's a 17 dart breaker throw for Cameron Menzies and a 2-1 lead. Frustration for Dave Parletti. Won the opening leg, lost the next 2. Remember that
15.
incredible shot? I'm pretty sure it was on 132 from Phil Taylor, the match play. He moved all the way right to
140.
find the line in to the bullseye. That can be the only risk. Sometimes they'll sit just above the bullseye in the 25 and they're a great guide.
100.
Those of you that are unaware, when they go for a bull-up in a tiebreaker, the reason that was, the whole bull-up process was changed, of course, because of the 2007 final between Phil and Ray.
100.
Phil at a 25, but it was just a basic guide for Ray. Requested that it was left in, and he just slid it in off of Phil's dart. Won the ball, and the rest is history. Of course.
30.
Raymond made his return this year, picking up a tour card, and Phil will be making it
Standard. 60.
a return, albeit not a comeback, of course. He'll be competing in the recently announced Seniors World Championships, which is planned for February 2022.
3.
And Dave Parletti breaks through there, having a good giggle about it between the lads. And he gets it back to 2-2, and we are back on throw, of course. There's a 15 dart break back. Yeah, it's planned for February 2022. Full lineup and location yet to be announced, but I'm sure myself and Paul Nicholson will keep you right up to speed with any news regarding that. I know John Lowe's confirmed his participation, as has Phil and Keith Deller, Bob Anderson. Pretty sure Dennis Priestley will also be confirming
69.
his place. Exciting times for the old legends. Myself and Paul have already had a good chat about it. We're both looking forward to
140.
seeing the old boys get a run out. Needs to
45.
eliminate that from his game. I mean, he's in a position there where really legs shouldn't be in any kind of danger at all.
83.
The 45 just opens the door for Menzies. That's better.
40. $99.
Both would massively benefit from a few spells of sports psychology.
31.
Both allow themselves to get embroiled and frustrated with a sport which is ultimately, it shouldn't be called darts, it should be called frustration. But tops for 3-2. And tops it going, it goes. It's a 20 dart hole to throw, a 3-2 lead. It could be back-to-back defeats for Cameron Menzies, and it could be the first win of the day for Dave Parletti. Only 2 legs remain. Parletti just needs one more.
$97.
Jamie Clark and Kevin Burness, who is unbeaten today, of course, up next. Then Cameron Menzies will be playing his final game against Darren Beveridge, who will be playing his final game. Then our penultimate match, Greg Ritchie against Jamie Clark. And then Kevin Burness against this man, Dave Parletti. Can he finish off like yesterday with back-to-back wins?
81.
He needs a massive turnaround in fortune to avoid coming back for Thursday and Friday morning session. Nice touch there from Dave Parletti, congratulating Cameron Menzies on a great shot.
59.
Good camaraderie between these. Like, must feel a little bit left out, being the only Englishman in the field.
134.
Four Scots and a Northern Ireland man, Kevin Burness, Northern Irishman, in fact.
$55. $20.
Sensibly splitting the 18, hitting a single 2 to move double 8. Parletti back on 220. So, are we going to a decider?
140.
surprise smile from Dave Parletti after hitting the 2 treble 20s. But it's Dave Parletti with the huge advantage of throwing first in the 7th and deciding leg of this match.
$100.
$140. $60.
Not been of the highest quality this one, but it's certainly been entertaining.
100.
So Parletti already 80 points adrift. And he had the darts in this one.
60. $100. $140.
Much needed 140. Parletti. I'm not sure about that either. 141 for the match. There's the treble 20. Ooh, just missed the treble 19 to give himself a chance.
85. I was going home.
So 56 for Parletti. Double 18 to pick up his first 2 points of the day. Double 9. No, no sir, not to be.
38.
And Cameron Menzies, like he has done the last couple of days, pinches one there, and it's more woe for Parletti. Okay, we're going to be back with Jamie Clark and Kevin Burness. Good afternoon and welcome back for match number 12 of 15. Just seen Cameron Menzies defeat Dave Parletti. That's Dave's 4th defeat of the day. Has one more match to play. That will be against the man in action in this one, Kevin Burness. It's certainly not going to get any easier for him. Dave averaged 83.55 in that last match. Cameron Menzies 80.08. But it was Cameron who picked up the 2 points. He moves on to 6 points with this man Kevin Burness, and Darren Beveridge moves on to 16 points overall.
100.
So
100.
Menzies still in a great spot with regards to qualifying for Saturday night's final at the
100.
earliest stage possible after 3 days of play.
$140.
Not gone well today for Jamie. Just the one win, and that was against Dave Parletti.
120.
It was a 4-2 win yesterday for Jamie Clark in this meeting. He averaged 92.18.
100.
That wasn't his best performance yesterday either. He had a 98.31.
Yeah, some skill, yeah.
And that's a 14 dart holder throw for Jamie Clark in the opening leg. And it will be Kevin Burness to throw first in leg 2. Yeah, I certainly think it could have been so different yesterday for Jamie Clark. He did lose to Darren Beveridge as well, 4-2 with an average of 96.38. He lost to Dave Parletti with a 95.71, 4-3.
140.
As the saying goes, it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have had any at all yesterday.
59.
Does have the highest finish of the day so far, Jamie. Coming in the third leg of their match, in the second match of the day against Dave Parletti, to get the 158 in leg 3.
43.
Highest checkout yesterday was the 154 from Greg Ritchie. Kevin Burness has had a few nice ones. 116, a 123 on the ball, a 126 on the ball. Certainly not of the quality that we saw yesterday. Again, that was a poor decision covering on the 18s there. This combination, you see, 1-3-4 needs 2 trebles, where the 1-3-2, if he'd have stayed on the 20s or even gone for a ball, only needs the 1 treble in the combination, of course. Have to be a bit careful because I didn't win a world title, and
57.
I should make sure I'm not too overcritical. 2 12s. And he levels things up. Certainly not as an impressive leg as the opening leg from Jamie Clark, but it is a holder throw and it does level things up at 1 apiece. Jamie to throw first in leg number 3. 21 dart holder throw.
$100.
$140.
$93. $98.
85.
$99.
$100.
$32 left.
Set up shot. Not for the first time today. Burness 116. Double 18. I think that's in. Is it? Not sure. It's not giving nothing away. Well, it wasn't in. Neither was that. Incredible. Double 16 then. Can you use that? Should be able to use that. Slide down the side of it. Although it's awkward. All the way right. Oh, that's unlucky. Desperately unlucky.
Full score.
That dart there summed up his day yesterday. Misses the big number. Tops. Well, made a bit of a mess of that one.
Four left.
Incredibly, these two had the highest percentages in terms of checkout stats yesterday, both on 38.10% for the day. Nowhere near that in this match, but it's Burness with the breaker throw, and he will start leg 4. Right, Jamie Clark's down at
180.
11.11% on doubles. 1 from 9.
100.
And in Burness, in fact, not so bad. Nowhere near as bad, in fact.
60.
$41.
$100.
$78.
$137.
Well, if you're not going to take the 161 out, that's not a bad second prize. I think he would have gone for the ball anyway with Jamie back on 282, but you never know today. Must be something in the air.
Him in 3.
And that's not the best leg of the match. The best leg of the match was the opener from Jamie Clark in 14. That was one more, but it was a 15 dart and all important holder throw. Now leads 3-1 and just one leg away from moving to the top of the table on 8 points and making it 4 out of 4 on today's matches.
140.
Ended the unbeaten run, of course, of Cameron Menzies. Did Kevin Burness a little earlier, match number 9. Kevin Burness has the opportunity to do what Cameron Menzies did yesterday and go through the card. He faces Dave Parletti in the final match of the day.
100.
Here's Kevin Burness closing in on yet another 2 points.
No.
Well, I did have the option to go for 19s with darts 2 and 3.
83.
Come on, Kevin.
And 2 darts.
And that's a lovely clean finish, and that's his second 14 dart leg of the match. Won the opener in 14 and now has won leg 5 with the darts in 14. Could do with one on the Kevin Burness throw, of course.
One.
Still 3 matches to bring you.
40.
The conclusion of this one. Menzies against Darren Beveridge, Greg Ritchie against Jamie Clark, and then Kevin Burness against Dave Parletti.
104.
Very, very solid leg. Couple of 140s
45.
and a ton. Not in that order, of course. A ton and 2 140s. Bullseye.
81.
I don't quite get that. I've got no intention of going for the bullseye. Why not go for treble 15 to leave double 8? I can understand not going for the ball and leaving an 11,
Aiming 2.
but that gets the job done. And the match was finished off with a 14 darter from Jamie Clark and then a 14 darter from Kevin Burness to get the win. Okay, we're going to be back in a few moments with Cameron Menzies and Darren Beveridge. Afternoon, welcome back to match number 13 of 15. I've been looking forward to this one. Darren Beveridge, 28 from Edinburgh, 24 Graham Harrow's darts, a winner on the Challenge Tour. You've been watching him throw for the last couple of days. You certainly won't be surprised at that. Cameron Menzies, 31 from Muirkirk, winner of the Scottish Open. Got to be a decent player to win that, of course. Yesterday's match between these two was a real tight affair. Cameron Menzies winning it 4-3, average just shy of 90 in that one. Each other's game very well, you would have thought.
100.
Be interesting to see how this one pans out. In a slightly different dynamic to Darren's play today, much improved from yesterday. He's of course
Jesus.
on 6 points. Kevin Burness tops the table. He's won 4 out of 4 today. He's up on 8 points with one match to come against Dave Parletti. Darren Beveridge and Cameron on 6 points. And that's the dynamic I was discussing. This is Darren's final game.
60.
Lost his opener today against Kevin Burness, who was very impressive. Averaged 94 in that 4-1 win. And Beveridge, far from disgraced himself in the opening match, averaged 88. Has then gone on to have a 4-2 win over Dave Parletti, a 4-0 win over Jamie Clark, a 4-1 a 4-1 win over Greg Ritchie.
60.
This is his final match. One that's 3 out of 4, same as Cameron Menzies. Cameron's only defeat today.
Checking 3.
Well, just took care of that one. Quick enough and handy enough to take a 1-0 lead. It was a holder throw despite the 180 in the leg from Darren Beveridge. So Darren to throw first in leg 2. That was a 15 darts and a 106 checkout for Cameron.
84.
On the overall table, after we're approaching the completion of
50.
day 2 of 3 in this particular group, Cameron Menzies is on
100.
16 points. Kevin Burness is on 14 points, just 2 points adrift, and Darren Beveridge is on 8 points. Win here will put him into 3rd position with a
48.
bit of room for manoeuvre. Remember, top spot goes through to the 5-man final on Saturday night. 2nd and 3rd spot come back for Thursday and Friday evenings Group C. 4, 5 and 6 have to come back for Group B, which is Thursday and Friday morning sessions.
$96.
19.
Leaves 28. 167. Needed the treble to start the combination.
100.
Well, that is literally right on it. Double three. 6 left.
3 left.
$50 left. Dean to pinch one.
35.
One double one for Beveridge. Cannot afford to mess this up.
1.
Fortunately, that's exactly what he's done. He's going to find himself 2-0 behind. And Cameron Menzies says, thanks very much. I'll have that. And he stepped in, picked his pocket, leads 2-0, has the darts in leg 3. I personally think that Darren Beveridge is going to develop into a very, very good player. The basics are there, just has to eliminate a few silly errors really.
96.
44.
But once you've got the basic fundamentals ironed out, the rest of it, as I've always said,
28.
is application and dedication.
$59.
55.
Could be application, concentration, dedication and control. Easy DC.
60.
Easy to remember.
$56.
So 92 for 3-0.
Yeah, 48, 68, 74.
Amazing that
115.
dart players can't add up. They can certainly take away, just can't add up. And that adds up to 16, and that adds up to a 3-0 lead. Beveridge will be awfully disappointed so far with how this one's going. Did have the opportunity, of course, early on for one apiece. Since then, he's not quite got over it. Darren to throw first in leg 4. It started off bright enough with a 15 darter and a 106 from Cammy. He's followed that up with a 23 darter and a 19 darter. He's averaging 80. And Darren Beveridge finds himself 3-0 down. Sometimes you really have control of the outcome of a match. But when you're playing against someone, it's different when they're, you've walked into, I don't know,
40.
let's say someone like a Luke Humphries averaging 108, or a Dave Chisnell, or a MVG, Peter Wright, Gary Price, etc., etc. There's a damn long list of them now who can hit those ridiculous numbers. Sometimes it's out of your hands. You get outplayed.
81.
Well, when you're playing against someone averaging 80, it's down to you to control the outcome of that match.
140.
Sometimes that can be
100.
a simple thing, like just your general approach.
$59.
80. A very comfortable looking scoreline of 4-0.
40.
James Wade being a perfect example. There's no better player out there than, I think winning uglies could be a little strong, but a player who finds a way to win, let's put it that way, very much like Glenn Darren. Cammy's found a way to win that one. It looks like a bashing 4-0, but he only ended up with an average of around 80. Okay, Greg Ritchie versus Jamie Clark up next in our penultimate match. Afternoon, welcome back to our penultimate match of the day, and it's a match between this man, Greg Ritchie, 26 from Musselburgh, against Jamie Clark, 24 from Fife. Uses the Gary Anderson darts, presume they're the unicorn Gary Anderson darts. Been a while since he didn't use anything unicorn. Darth Vader there in the background, just giving the players the direction of who's to throw first, etc.
40.
403 plays 361.
40.
263 for Greg Ritchie.
100.
Graphics are back. Panic over.
81.
So Cameron Menzies has played his final game, lost one today, so he has played 10 overall, won 9, He's on 18 points. Kevin Burness, unbeaten today, on 8 points, and he plays Dave Parletti in our final match. A win there for Burness puts him on 16 points overall, just 2 points behind Cameron Menzies.
Six. 92.
Greg, of course, picked up 2 points, so he's on to 6 points with Darren Beveridge. And that's taken care of that 72, and it's a breaker throw and a 1-0 lead. So it will be Jamie to throw first in leg 2. So 14 dart breaker throw for Jamie. That's 72 checkout.
44.
Jamie's also picked up the 1 win today, so he's also on 6 points. Winner
5.
of this match moves on to 8 points into 3rd spot with Darren Beveridge.
65.
I will give you a full breakdown of how the table stands tomorrow.
100.
And I'm pretty sure, well, a win for Kevin Burness in the final match against Parletti wraps up today's daily table for Burness. Of course, because he would have won 5 out of 5, and Cameron Menzies
60.
has only won 4 out of 5, and he's finished for the day. And his only defeat coming to the hands of Kevin Burness.
60.
Here, a lot of commentators constantly refer to
100.
the B game and the importance of having a good B game.
99.
If you've got a good A game, then you know it's just the evolution of your B game, of course. If you're constantly low, you've got to sometimes just bite the bullet and you just slightly over pitch it. So if there is a slight pull, more often than not you'll have a guide.
52 left.
You'll have a little bit of a feel. At the moment, hasn't quite got that.
106.
That's a great setup shot for double 16. Is it too little, too late?
Even 2 darts.
And it certainly is, because Jamie Clark has held throw in 20 darts and takes a 2-0 lead. Greg Ritchie with it all to do from here, 2-0 down, throwing first in leg 3. Again, first 2 darts low, creating problems.
139. 50. 100.
One player who springs to mind who eventually sort of corrected the issue, a player who went on to win 2 majors, Darren Gurney, and he was so stubborn. It would almost be in the exact same spot, right underneath the treble 20, and it created, basically, it blocked out a third of the, well, probably more than a third of the treble 20 bed. Just to speak to his manager, Matt Ward, all the time, and just trying to encourage him to, you're not trying to miss the target, you're trying to hit it high. And you're talking a matter of millimetres.
94.
That can make a huge difference.
Seven.
You'd think, on what we've seen so far, he will be back. And he will.
54.
3 darts at double 10 for 3-0 and the double break. No mistake this time. 16 dart break of throat for Jamie Clark. It is a 3-0 lead. Looking good for a 4-0 win here. He has the darts in leg 4. He had really good on the end of a 4-0 defeat today to Darren Beveridge, and has handed out a 4-0 defeat to Dave Parletti. He's been on both ends of the spectrum. A good start from both to leg 4. 140, backed up 134 from Greg Ritchie.
97.
So, a little bit of a cushion. Can he build on that?
55. $55. $47. $34.
No finish, of course, at 162. Should be able to leave it relatively handy from there.
$90.
Great bullseye to leave 72. So should get a match dart. I think he is a player that likes to go 48-24. So treble 16, single 16, leaves tops for 4-0.
52.
This will be his second 4-0 win of the day.
$131.
2 10s then to wrap it up. Windy pops.
Three darts.
Well, he got rid of it and then got rid of double 10. It is a 4-0 win for Jamie Clark. As I've said, he's been on the end of one and handed out 2 4-0 wins today. Disappointment for Greg Ritchie, of course. Okay, we'll be back in a moment with our final match. Kevin Burness against Dave Parletti. Afternoon and welcome back to our final match of 15 today. And today's champion, irrelevant of this match, is Kevin Burness. Up against Dave Parletti, desperate for a win today. In the opening match of the day yesterday, and it was Kevin Burness who won 4-0. Cameron Menzies, of course, is on 8 points himself. Kevin Burness already on 8 points, but irrelevant of what happens. The superior leg advantage is with Kevin Burness. More importantly for Kevin Burness, a win here will put him on to 16 points in the overall table, which, although the daily table is great for bagging rights at 7:30 in the morning in the practice room, it's all about getting to the top of the table. Like I said, he will move within just one win.
45.
So if he wins all his games tomorrow, he will top the table,
140.
and that will be a repeat. Well, it's looking likely it's going to happen today. He's 4 out of 4. He's looking for the clean sweep. Exactly what Cameron Menzies did yesterday.
45.
Exactly what this man did on Saturday night. Went through the crowd, went through the card, and was crowned Week 4 champion. I'll give you some results from that, as impressive as it was. 20. His first game he beat Greg Ritchie with a average of over 90, 4-1. Then beat Martin Adams 4-3, both players averaging over 96.
25.
Then had a 4-1 win over Darren Beveridge. And then finished off with a 4-2 win over Stephen Burton, and he's 1-0 up in our final match of the day today here against Dave Parletti. It was a hold to throw, and it's Dave to throw first in leg 2. Today, Kevin Burness had a 4-1 win over Darren Beveridge, averaging 94. Then had a 4-1 win over Greg Ritchie, a 4-1 win averaging 95-55 against Cameron Menzies, and then a 4-2 win over Jamie Clark, averaging 87.5. Let's see, looking good here to level things up at 1 apiece.
60.
95.
I said he's only usually sort of one throw or one poor visit from making games a little bit more comfortable than what they are.
97.
That's a great final dart to leave double 12. Will he get a go? This man's finishing today, especially the combination shots. Ooh, on the bullseye have been very good. think Dave Parletti expected that to go in.
It's game 2.
Well, he expected that to go in, and it did, and it's a 17 dart holder throw this time for Dave Parletti. 1 apiece, still all to play for. Kevin Burness to throw first in leg 3. He will love
100.
to finish the day unbeaten. It'll give him tremendous momentum going into tomorrow's
140.
final day of Group A. Seen how important that was for Cameron Menzies today.
140.
And apart from losing to this man, he was on a hell of a roll.
180.
It's more like it, Dave. 80 in front on the Burness throw. Dave Parletti had the highest average of the day yesterday, 100.20. A 4-0 win over Darren Beveridge. So we know he's got the game in his locker.
85.
49.
Here's Parletti. Going to deny Burness the perfect storm.
78.
Tops. And there is yet another 100 plus finish. He started the day today in leg 1 with a 116 finish, and he's just won that one there with a 112 finish, denying Dave Parletti the break of throw. Opening leg against Darren Beveridge this morning. He wanted 116 after 12 and took it out for a 15. And he just wanted 112 after 12, and guess what? He took that out in 15.
60.
That opening match, of course, don't forget, he took out that 1-2-3 finish when Darren Beveridge opted out of going 12 ball and risked the treble 10, which he then missed, giving
100.
Kevin Burness the chance at the 1-2-3. It was a good quality game.
100.
The way this man's been playing the last week or so, just can't be giving him anything. Can't give him any chances. Great second dart, moved along the oche, and a third. Well, like yesterday, towards the back end of the day, we're seeing glimpses. He might just not be a morning person. I know the feeling. Double 16.
29.
For back-to-back ton plus finishes, 101, 81 left, has options. That leaves double 12.
76. Game 3.
Great last start from Dave Parletti, finding the double 16 to level things up at 2 apiece. Well, everything's gone with throws so far. 4 legs played, 4 holes to throw. It's Kevin Burness to throw first in leg 5.
100.
Dave Parletti averaging in the mid-90s, along with Kevin Burness in this match. This is a much better performance. I don't know whether he feels like he just play with a little bit more freedom towards the end of the day. Super stuff. I think if I was advising Dave Parletti, I'd get up at about maybe about 4 a.m.
140.
Start practicing then. I said he lost the 4 opening matches yesterday, and then the final 2 played very, very well. Averaged that 100.20, and then in his next match
105.
beat Jamie Clark with a 94 average, and Jamie Clark was very impressive, averaging nearly 96. And that's another very, very tidy example of finishing there from Kevin Burness. He now leads 3-2. It was a 15 dart leg. Was a 15 dart leg. So a maximum of 2 legs remain. Dave's got to win them both to get something out of today.
100.
83.
100.
Not quite sure what's going on. I think it may be a squeaky floorboard or something. Or maybe... Oh, there it is. I just heard the squeaky floorboard. I have to get a screw in that one.
$123.
And a good leg with throw from Dave Parletti. Possible 14 darter, but that's great pressure from Burness. Double 18. And that is a 14 dart hold of throw for Dave Parletti, and we go all the way in our final match of the day. Big advantage, of course. Kevin Burness has the darts in leg 7. Thoroughly enjoyable match so far, this one. Both players 99 average Burness, 97 for Dave Parletti. He starts with perfection.
68.
180, 180 apiece in this match so far, and a 177 of course in leg 5 for Kevin Burness. This is a dream opening 6 darts, 180 and a ton, 280 scored in 6.
100.
Allows you so much freedom. The pressure comes off.
45.
Well, it should have done. So could be 6 darts away here, maximum of making it 5 out of 5.
136.
Bit of humour from Dave Parletti, yawning in the background as if to say, I'm getting bored of this. Well,
137.
I'm not. Tops. match darts. Can Dave Parletti spring a surprise?
Oh,
Double 19.
oh, I thought it was in. I thought it was in.
Unlucky, mate.
58.
So 2 5s to finish off. A very enjoyable match. 1 double 2. Just in 1.
6.
Well, here's another chance for Dave Parletti. This will be one for the bookies. I can't believe it. 6 double 16. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you'll never meet a poor bookie. How on earth could anyone have called that result when he'd done everything but hit that final double? Really, really enjoyable match. But it is the day of Kevin Burness winning 4 out of 5 matches and winning on leg difference. We're back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Enjoy the rest of your day.